Well. It's the weekend. It's the weekend, and we're back at it again. The fresh pair of sunglasses. Got all sorts of colors. Hello, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Probably gonna be a more low-key, chill kind of day. That's just the vibe I'm feeling. But hey, we're here. Let's hang out. How you doing? How you doing? Did you have a good Friday? How's your weekend going so far? It's a shame I gave all of my mods the weekend off because I need a moderator. I need a moderator to pin the question box link because I still can't do it for some reason. It won't let me pin messages. I am unable to pin. I don't know why. Are we all feeling sleepy today? I'm feeling kind of sleepy, I don't know. I'm just chilling. Feeling lazy today. I hear you. I hear you. Today is my Monday. Happy Monday. Got a job interview at a bank. Hey, there you go. Went out to dinner last night with Casey. We went to a fancy restaurant. Celebrated the alignment of the planets. We had a planetary alignment yesterday. What did we eat? I'll show you. Went to this fancy restaurant. Got these seaweed donuts. There's live music. Let's see, do they have pictures? Oh yeah, here you go. Had a burger. It's called Big Mike. Big Mike's on the menu. Got these donuts. We got a steak tartare. We tried the chicken and dumplings. Agnolotti. The pork chop. Then we had panna cotta. We also had a deviled egg, but it was just one egg. It was kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it was a little ridiculous. You get a deviled egg and it's just an egg. I'm like, oh. Alright. What's the price of eggs these days? Anyway, it was very nice. Very fancy. It's one of those places where you'll get stuff that's really good, but it's in like a very small portion, so you're like, oh. Anyway. Just a nice special occasion type place. Casey? Casey? She has her headphones on. Hey, Casey? She can't hear me. I'm gonna have to up it up a little bit. Hey, Casey? 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 I need to find something I can throw at her. She can't hear me. Casey? Casey? Will you pin something in my chat for me? I can't pin a message. I was gonna pin the question box link. The look she gave me when I threw that headband at her. I probably have to restart my computer. I just put my computer to sleep, so it's probably still bugged out how it was yesterday. It won't let you do it either? The fuck? It won't let you do it either? It won't let her pin it either? What the fuck? We've had our pin privileges revoked. I had to make Cutie Cheeks do it for me yesterday. She was able to. I don't know how. I don't know what the deal is. Where are the mods? I gave him the weekend off. That was my mistake. I don't pay him enough. I don't pay him enough to come in on the weekend. Oh, there we go. Emily, will you try to pin the question box link for me? It won't let me do it. Will you try pinning that? Oh, it worked. You were able to do it. It wouldn't work for me or Casey. We both tried. Thank you. Twitch revoked our pin privileges or something. So this is why I pay you the big bucks. Had to call in somebody on the weekend to come fix the problem. But we got it now, and that's what matters. Thank you. You've been promoted. You're now number 2 mod. But you've been promoted. Congratulations. Congratulations. Alright, everybody. Now that we got that out of the way, welcome back to the Brain Domain. We're just gonna have a fun little weekend stream here. You know, we'll do some questions. Just hang out, chat for a bit. We've got some people coming over later, so we're going to be making dinner, so I won't be able to stay as long as I normally would. I will be here for a bit, so if you have any questions you want to go through, feel free to drop those in the question box. We have one in there now, so we're going to get to that here in just a sec. But as we, as you know, we're here to serve. If we run out of stuff to talk about, I'm going to have to start talking about politics. Is it normal/healthy to begin to cut off the quote-unquote closest people in your life, like family members, boyfriend, when you realize that those relationships had and have little to no emotional depth? Like they were capable of providing things financially rather than an emotional connection, frequently experienced invalidation and manipulation. Thank you. Is it normal / healthy? It can be. I think it's important to remember that we don't necessarily need emotional depth in all of our relationships. It is nice to have, especially in some of those long-lasting and meaningful relationships. We like to see that emotional depth. We like to see that connection, that closeness. But I don't think that it's entirely necessary for all of our relationships to be that close or to have that depth. You know, it's okay to have people that's more surface level. Nothing really wrong about that. But if people have a hard time connecting with us emotionally, it's important for us to think about why that is. Maybe it's something that's hard for them to do. Maybe it's something that, you know, they're not sure how to do. Maybe they've had their own reasons for being shut off. I think what's important to remember is that, you know, sometimes if we want to have deeper emotional connections with people, we have to create a space that allows them to feel more comfortable to do that. So I guess the thing to consider would be, are they not emotionally connected to me because they don't want to be? Do they just have no interest in it? Or is it because they just don't know how? Maybe they're fearful. You know, maybe they keep people at a distance because they're afraid of getting hurt. I think it's still important to try. You know, if you want that emotional connection, it's still worth trying just to see. Or, you know, talk about it to the person. You know, if you don't feel like you have a deep emotional connection with somebody, but that's something that you're looking for, talk about it. You know, we've known each other for a long time, but I feel like we don't really know each other that well as a person. You know? I want to get to know you on a deeper level. For some people, the prospect of that can be frightening. Some people like to keep their relationships surface level as a way of protecting themselves. You know, if I get too attached, I'm just gonna get hurt. So I guess, you know, going back to your question, is it normal / healthy? It depends. If this person is manipulating, like you mentioned invalidation and manipulation, if that's going on, then yeah, probably. It's probably good to not keep those people that close. Do we have to cut them off completely? Maybe. Maybe not. It really depends on just like how toxic things are. How much you're willing to put up with. Hey, Ro, thanks for the 45 months, brother. Show some respect. That's Row Your Motor Goat. That's an MVP right there. I think something that's really important to remember is, you know, people have their own reasons for not being closer to us. And it might not have anything to do with us. It might just be due to their own insecurities. And so we want to make sure that we're not being too hasty in cutting people off, because that's a very easy way to find yourself very lonely. But I would say it is important to assess and to, you know, set boundaries with people in your life that make you feel invalidated or manipulated. Absolutely. But we also don't want to cut down a tree just because it's not growing fruit yet. You know, maybe this relationship just needs more time. Maybe it just needs more nurturance. You know, maybe it needs more attention. Maybe it just needs more time to grow. If my week was a tarot card, it would be the Tower. If I was a tarot card, I would be the Fool. Anyway, you see what I mean though? It's like, I'm in support of, you know, setting boundaries or cutting people off when the relationship just isn't working, or they're just making you feel taken advantage of or invalidated or manipulated. But also, on the other hand, I'm like, could you help this person grow? Could you help this person change? Could you show them a way to be more comfortable with opening up and connecting? And, you know, that's up to you to decide. You know, how much time are you willing to invest? How much emotional energy are you willing to put in? So I guess it's just something to do very mindfully. You know, it's not something that we want to just do in a reactive way. We don't want to be, you know, flippant about it. Also, sometimes there's a benefit to keeping people around who can offer you a different perspective or a different opinion, or maybe a certain amount of emotional detachment. You know, we don't want to just surround ourselves with people who coddle us and enable us and just tell us, you know what I mean? It's like, it's good to have a diverse friend group. Anyway, I guess where I'm going with all this is, it's okay to cut people off if you have no other choice left, you know? You know, sometimes it's not even about cutting them off completely. Sometimes it's just about changing the dynamic of the relationship. You know, and this one especially goes for like family members, where it's like, maybe I don't want to cut them off completely. I still want to, you know, stay involved in some way. Maybe you just won't see me that much. Maybe you won't see me very often. You know, maybe I'll show up at the family gatherings, but we're not really going to put that extra effort in to like make time together. Everything seems awful right now. I cannot see an existential point in anything. Ooh, an existential dread submission. I love it. Let's talk about it. I love a little bit of existential dread. Like thinking about my life on the scale of the universe. It's so vast and our existence is so short compared to the entire universe. Why does anything matter? Good question. Why does it matter whether I show up to work tomorrow if the sun is going to boil the earth in a few billion years? Well, why bother eating today? I'm gonna eat a bunch of food at the Christmas party. Like, I don't know if I want to eat cake right now. I'm gonna have cake on my birthday in a few months. A little bit of existential dread. Let's talk about it. So here's the thing. In the grand scale of things, it doesn't matter. That's true. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't. But, and this is a big but, what you make of it does matter. If it matters to you, if it matters to the people that you care about, if it matters to the people in your community, then it does matter, even if it's only for a small amount of time. It's the fleeting nature of things that makes them important and makes them special. You know, like why go out in the spring and enjoy, you know, all of that green if it's just going to be winter again? Why go out and enjoy the summer sun if it's just going to get cold in the future? What matters most is the moment that you are in and doing what you can with that moment. See, I remember feeling this way before. I've been here, alright? This existential dread. What's the point? It's all impermanent. But that's the beauty of it. Knowing that it's impermanent, but doing it anyway. It becomes significant because we allow it to be significant. It's about knowing that this all will end, but still showing up anyway. If nothing matters, then everything matters equally. You gotta remember, you are the universe experiencing itself. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, you know, live for a few billion years. I'm glad about that. So yeah, life is full of just doing meaningless shit, but allowing it to have meaning to you. Doesn't matter if it has meaning to the entire universe. Just has to have meaning within you, within your own internal universe. This is kind of one of those points that people get to when they start to understand like philosophy and existence, and you know, you get to this point where you're like, wait, nothing matters, and it's stressful. You're like, I thought this was all for something. Hold on, I have a quote. I have a quote that I wanna... It's an Alan Watts quote. We thought of life by analogy, with a journey, a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end. And the thing was to get to that end. Success or whatever it was. Or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing. You were supposed to sing or dance while the music was being played. Who is this man? Alan Watts is I guess you could call him a philosopher. He's a British dude. He's big into like meditation and, just... He's a cool guy. Do you see what I mean, though? Do you see what he's trying to say here? Like, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey. And if you live your life just waiting for the outcome, just waiting for the end, then you're missing the point. Another white dude with a book collection. It's true. We allow white dudes to write books now, actually. We haven't always been able to. They haven't always allowed us to do that. Only recently did we earn that right. Can I write a book? Or would that just be another white dude putting another book in the pile of books written by white dudes? Should I not? Because there's just too many already. Name 5 books written by white men then. Mistborn. I'm gonna read books that you've read by white men. Well, there's the Mistborn trilogy, so that's actually 3 books. I never liked Mistborn. Well, then you should read The Way of Kings. It's probably better. Name 5 men. Ah, shit. Fuck. Row Your Motorboat. Sugar Biscuit's husband. Alan Watts. Me. B. Wayne. That's 5, if I include myself. I did it. If me doesn't count, then I'll name Zen. Zen will be number 5. There's a couple on the bus arguing about being hangry. He bought the wrong citrus? What? Huh? That's the thing about citrus is like, they're pretty interchangeable. Like you can make it work. Like, oh, I needed a lime and you got me a lemon. I'm like, yeah, we can make it work. Close enough. Now, if you asked for lemons and you got an orange, then yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Have you eaten yet today? Imagine you got a grapefruit. Oh yeah, if you got a grapefruit, that's fighting words. Like, first off, where'd you get this? Like, where'd, like... The thing about grapefruits is that they're more expensive than you'd think they'd be, considering how disgusting they are. Like, how much was this? $5? I love grapefruit juice. Okay. Good for you. I'm glad it brings you joy. I really like grapefruit sorbet. I made grapefruit sorbet, it's really good. It's better in juice form than the actual fruit. I don't know why. I think a lot of the bitterness is in the pith, which, if you haven't heard that word before, it's a fun word to say. I buy unsweetened, straight up grapefruit juice. You're just built differently. Just built differently, I think. Her outfit is terrible, unfortunately. You should offer unsolicited fashion advice. I've heard that goes over well, especially on the bus. Like, hey, by the way, this isn't working. I'm looking at the calendar and I will be... The 1st of April, April Fool's Day, is a Tuesday. What if I just only gave bad advice that day? Will be like our regular Wednesday. Just go ahead and drag me. Just go ahead and drag me, it's fine. I'm in my 20s and I have an incurable disease. It's treatable with lifelong medication, but I will always have less energy and be prone to inflammation. Sometimes I feel this will make me a burden to others. I have to take things slow. I have to rest more. It feels like I am such an inconvenience to people, and I'm just in my 20s. I'm scared of how much worse I'll get as I get older. How can I stop feeling like a burden because of a disease I never asked for? Well, that's a good point. You didn't ask for it. Feeling like we are a burden is something that people commonly feel. You know, with or without a disease. You know, sometimes we worry about putting too much on other people or asking too much of them. That's where love comes in. When people understand you, when they love you, when they have compassion for you, then you're not a burden. They're happy to help. And so I would encourage you to show yourself that same love and compassion that you would want to see from someone else. The good news is that you're young, you're in your 20s, and medical science is always evolving. We're always learning new things. Things that are incurable today, they might be different in 5 years. Might be different down the future. Don't lose sight of just how much you do have to give, you know? You know, having to take things slow and having to rest, that's just a small part of who you are. There are people out there are people in your life, people that care about you, people that want to see you doing well, people who have no problem with being there for you. And I'm sure that those people wouldn't want you to feel as if you were a burden. I know we often talk about the importance of not comparing yourself to other people, but I feel like in this situation, you know, you gotta remember there are people out there who take advantage of other people, who manipulate other people, who just, you know, take and take and take, and you're not one of those people. So as much of a quote-unquote burden as you might feel like you are, there are some people out there who do it intentionally. They do it as a way of being manipulative. I'm not sure if that helps you or makes you feel better, but that's what I would that's what I would think in order to process these types of feelings. Be like, well, in the grand scheme of things, a few accommodations for me aren't that bad. It's relatively minor compared to what some people will be out here doing. I can just say, I've met some pretty skeezy people. Some people who are they're just takers, you know? Give what you can and take what you need. That's what life's all about. Baking soda for stomach acid. It does work. It's very salty. If you've never tasted baking soda before, it tastes very salty. Tastes gross. It'll make you burp a bunch, but it will also calm down your stomach in no time. There have been some times where I've done it when like the Tums just weren't enough. I'm like, alright, I need to nuke this puppy. Just mix a little bit of baking soda and some water and just shoot it back. Do you have any tips or advice on how to move out from a parent's house who are controlling / narcissistic with minimal arguments potentially? Sure. Yeah, let's talk about this. This is a situation where it's like you want to get out. You know that this just isn't working for you. And you might not get very much support or encouragement. If anything, you might just get grief and hardship. The first thing that comes to mind for me is do a lot of this planning privately. Don't allow them to be involved. Because if they're controlling and narcissistic, then they're going to be second guessing all of your decisions, or they're going to tell you that your decisions are wrong, or they're going to, make you feel like you're making the wrong choices. I just left one day, best decision of my life. That's kind of where I was getting to, is it's like sometimes you come up with your plan and then you just go. You don't even talk about it. Or you tell them the day of. You're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'll move it out today. Yeah, I got a new place lined up. Another tip for you, don't tell them where you're moving to. Don't give them your new address. Unless you can trust them with that information. But if you have the feeling like they're gonna show up uninvited, they're just gonna be knocking on my door one day. Because I've heard tales, I've had people share this kind of stuff here. It's like they leave this type of situation. They've got these controlling narcissistic parents and they move out, they cut them off, they stop contacting them, and then they, next thing you know, they show up on your doorstep. So I would just say, do it privately, protect your peace. The less information you give them, the less opportunity they have to interfere with your plans. I say this because, you would think that what we want to do in a situation where we're moving out, we're living with our parents and we want to move out, we want them to be involved in that process. Because they're going to be excited for us, and maybe they'll help us, maybe they'll help us move, maybe they'll, help us with, getting some new stuff for the new home or whatever. But in these types of situations, it's probably only going to give you more grief if you involve them in the process. They're either going to make you feel bad for not moving out sooner, or they're going to tell you it's a bad idea and that you can't do it. Under no circumstances give them a key. Exactly. You got to protect your peace here. Because if they're controlling and narcissistic, you not living with them isn't going to change the fact that they're controlling and narcissistic. So what I would do is, if you're moving out from being with your parents, just make sure you've got everything in order. Make sure that, you're living within your means. Because we don't want to see ourselves having to go back to living with them. So this might involve, getting some roommates, you know. Anyway, if you do want to tell them that you're moving out and you want to talk to them about it, then I would do the planning first and have everything in order and ready to go before we do that so that they don't interfere with that process. Because people who are controlling can't help themselves sometimes. They just have to control things, even situations that they have no business controlling. It might be nice to, give them an explanation, but I just want to remind you that you don't owe them an explanation. If you're dealing with controlling narcissistic people, just leave. Just go. Just get yourself free. Just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. It's important to remember as well to protect your privacy. When people are controlling and narcissistic, they typically don't respect other people's privacy, so you're going to have to set that boundary. You're going to have to be the one that says what this relationship looks like going forward. So if they, let's say you do move out and they want to come over, be like, I don't feel comfortable with you doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that right now. Just let them know. Maybe someday. And I can almost certainly tell you that they're going to make it personal. They're probably going to, say stuff that's hurtful and rude and downright mean to make you feel bad about the decisions that you're making. Because that's what controlling and narcissistic people tend to do. So this is why it's a good idea to not involve them in the process. Because they're just going to make you feel bad. They're going to, criticize your judgment. They're going to tell you it's a bad idea. They're going to do all these things as a way of trying to manipulate you and control you. But what we're really trying to do here is protect our peace. And we do that by getting out of a stressful situation. So yeah, you don't owe them an explanation. So if you want to minimize the amount of arguments that you're having, don't bring it up for discussion. You don't need their permission to leave. You don't need their permission to move out. You don't need their permission to go get your own place, to go live your life. You don't need their approval. You don't need their permission. It's your life, and you get to decide how you live it. It kind of works the same way as a person who's leaving an abusive partner. You know what I mean? It's sometimes you just need to come up with a plan. You do it privately. You don't let them know what you're doing. You don't let them know what you're planning. And then one day you just leave. And then you decide, you know, do I want to stay in contact with this person? What should this relationship look like going forwards? You know, is this somebody that I want to spend time with? Is this somebody that I want to continue talking to? Is this somebody that I want to invite over for a meal? If not, you don't have to. If all they bring you is grief and stress and, you know, a negative perception of yourself, then maybe it's for the best that we put some space in between us. Now, here's the thing to remember. Whenever you're setting a boundary with somebody, other people may have all sorts of feelings about that boundary. They might feel offended, they might feel insulted. It's not your job to control their responses. If you're setting a fair boundary to protect yourself, that's fine. But you gotta remember that when you are setting boundaries with people who aren't used to respecting people's boundaries, then that makes them feel like their boundaries are being violated. When you set healthy boundaries with somebody who doesn't have healthy boundaries, they might take offense to that. They're used to just being too involved, too manipulative, too controlling. And any change from that makes them feel like they're losing a sense of power and control. Cue the victim card. If I had a magic lamp and there was a genie inside, and I had one wish for all of humanity, I would wish that people would accept proper accountability and stop playing the fucking victim all the time. Also, the way you blossom once you regain your autonomy. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like moving a flower from a small little pot out into the garden. It's able to expand its roots, it's able to see the sun, it's able to really flourish and bloom. I used that analogy in therapy once with a client who was getting out of a similar type of situation. They were, breaking away from a codependent relationship they had with a parent. That one really resonated with them. If you want to blossom, if you want to unfold, you need space to be able to do that. The thing to remember, I probably say that tons of times. I probably just am constantly saying, the thing to remember. That's because you need to remember a lot of things. At least 5 things. Minimal arguments. The important thing to remember about arguments is that it's a multiplayer game.
If you don't want to argue with somebody, walk away from the argument. Just don't engage. Don't play the game. Now, they find ways to try to really entice you to play the game. They'll say stuff that's really personal, really hurtful, as a way to try to get you to respond and to engage with them. But I think it's really empowering to recognize that you have the power to walk away when you want to. Now, this is going to give you an opportunity to surround yourself with people who are more emotionally healthy. You know, you're able to invest in those relationships, so you can break away from some of these harmful patterns that we might get stuck in. Because when you think about narcissistic, controlling parents, it's like they are the way that they are for a reason. You know, they weren't just born this way. You know, many parents who grow up to be narcissistic dealt with their own experiences or their own trauma that contributed to that. Maybe their parents were emotionally neglectful. Maybe their parents were narcissistic themselves. Maybe they've got a deep-seated shame or a low self-worth, and they compensate for that with needing to control things and project this image of themselves. It's important to remember that most people, I said it again, it's like a catchphrase. Many people who are narcissistic don't actually think that they're that wonderful. They don't think that they're actually so great. They need people to think that they're great so that they can feel okay about themselves. Deep down, they are frightened and scared, and they are worried that they aren't good enough. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think that so many people struggle with a need for control? Why is a feeling of control so important to people? Take a moment to think about that. Let me give you a little bit more to think about. Some of the reason kind of ties into one of those earlier questions we had about that existential dread. People need to feel a sense of control because what do you think? What do you think? I want to know what you think before I just tell you what I think. Because I want to feel safe. That's a good part of it. People want to feel in control because when things are out of control, things are unpredictable, and things that are unpredictable can be dangerous. So it allows me to feel safe and secure. It's a good one. That's a good one. It's a big part of it. Fear of being powerless. True. We want to feel significant. We want to feel like we matter. We want to feel like we've made an impact or a mark on the world. Now, if you want to get into something a little different, you want to look at a slightly different angle here, a little bit of evolutionary psychology. Just think about our own biology. Just think about those grippers you got sitting at the ends of your wrists. We are one of the few living creatures that have the ability to so finely maintain control over stuff utilizing our external digits. Wanting to be able to control things and handle things could be a part of who we are biologically. Could be. I think evolutionary psychology is fun to talk about. I think it's interesting. It can't really be proven, but I think it's still interesting to think about. A lot of psychologists will be dismissive of evolutionary psychology because it's one of those things you can't prove. And a lot of psychologists are really hung up on proving themselves as actual scientists. And in order to be an actual scientist, you have to have data, you have to have measurements, you have to be able to observe things. And so evolutionary psychology, it's almost more of a philosophy. It's almost more of a, just a fun theory. But that's what I find so interesting about science. Theorizing about the stuff that you cannot prove, instead of just focusing on the things that you can prove. The thing about maintaining a sense of control is sometimes it actually feels nice for things to be out of your control. Sometimes it's nice to be free of that responsibility, of having to be the one in charge. Sometimes it's nice to just be like, There's a certain peace to be found in surrender. You know what I mean? It's like, well, at least I'm done fighting. No. Not since she was in that cube. Is she in the cube? The cat tree. Is she in the laundry room? She's a small cat and she's doing something small in a small place. That's what she likes to do. Is she in the closet, Casey? The last time she was looking for the cat and she was lost, she was in the closet. It's probably where she is. She's probably sleeping on top of a t-shirt or something. maybe she's pooping. Who knows? Anyway, if you have any questions that you'd like us to go over, we're all caught up in the question box right now. We've recently passed 4,900. We're on the road to 5K. 5,000 questions. Casey, did you look in the closet?
I found her.
You found her? Where was she? She was in the cube?
She's so little.
She was in the cube. That's right. She was in the cube. My very first question in the question box came in on June 13th, 2013. So we've been doing the question box for about a year and a half. And in that time, we've had 4,906 questions. The very first question, how can I be more mindful? Was our first question in the box. Do you mean 2023? What did I say? I thought that's what I said. I said something different. "2013. 2013. It's been 10 years. 2013. I thought it was 2015. You're telling me it's 2020? Shit. Where's the time gone? Yeah, the past 5 years have been a bit of a blur. It's like, well, it's 2025 already? Feels like it was just 2020 the other day. It's kind of interesting how your perception of time is that it kind of speeds up the older you get. Whenever you're young, the days go on forever. You know, and you would know this firsthand if you've ever, been watching a child and you need them to sit still for 2 minutes and it's impossible for them to do. They're like, oh, when are we going to do that thing? Oh, in an hour. Oh my God, an hour? It's like the idea of an hour is, it's like, that's an eternity. Interesting to think about why that is. Why does our perception of time speed up the older we get? It's because when you're young, everything is still so new, so you're spending time processing the smaller things. True. So I guess the key here would be to stay youthful, to appreciate that beginner's mind, that childlike sense of wonder and curiosity. It'll help you to slow things down a little bit. I'm bored. Yeah, I think the funny thing about boredom is that people, or young kids or whatever, they don't appreciate how even having the opportunity to be bored is a blessing. It's like, hey, little buddy, I hear that you're bored because the Wi-Fi isn't working. But if this was 100 years ago, you wouldn't be bored because you would have a job. You would be working. You know, we'd have you crawling around inside some big machine that a full-grown human can't fit into. Or we'd have you down deep in the mines. One of the phrases I live by is, if you're bored, then you're boring. If you're bored, you're boring. To be bored just means that you're just not that good at entertaining yourself. Not the mines. The children yearn for the mines, okay? You know, back in the day, you used to send them down into the coal mines. Like, alright, little buddies, go ahead, get down in there. Got them working for a living. But now they just play Minecraft. The children yearn for the mines. I told that to my 9-year-old niece and she didn't like it. Well, you might not like it, but it's true. Let them work, you know? I don't think any humans need to be down in a mine, you know? I think, you know, we're kind of beyond that. Like, why do we have children down in there? Or why does anybody have to be down in there at all? Yeah, I feel like in the future, we're going to have to deal with the fact that we have an entire generation of iPad kids. When was the iPad invented again? Hold on, let me look. When was the first iPad invented? The first generation iPad, 2010. The iPad's only 15? We have iPad kids who could be 15 now? Jesus. Jesus Christ. In just a few years, some of the earliest iPad kids will be able to vote. Just wait for the AI generation kids. Oh my god, you're gonna show them a pencil and they're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Are we cooked, chat? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not, though. I feel like people have been... You know, they've been thinking that we're cooked forever. You know, and going and playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and just spending time in like a medieval setting, there's just more and more of this realization where I'm like, you know, it sounds kind of fun. It sounds kind of fun to just like free myself from modern industrialized society. It'll help me to reconnect with something that's more innately human. I don't know, maybe industrialization was a bad idea. God, I can't wait to start a commune. That'll be so much fun. I don't know if this is the right place to ask this. Probably. I'd say it is. I really do appreciate your advice and perspective on things, so thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I haven't even given you my advice and perspective yet, but we'll go ahead and do it and I'll give it my best shot. As a trans guy, I feel like I still have a fear of people knowing I'm trans. Like I get worried if strangers in public think I am, even though I pass really well. I know passing is different for everyone, but for me, I do like just being seen as a guy. It's hard to remind myself that people won't mind if I'm trans, but it's hard to do that when there's people out there that have negative opinions and fear about trans people, especially with all the Trump shit going on. How do I get less distress? Is it more through acceptance and growing older? Yes, that last part is true. A lot of it is more about just acceptance and growing older. Because sometimes we will project our own insecurities or our own worries about ourselves onto other people. In reality, most people that you'll encounter just like out walking around, it's like they're more than likely just ambivalent. They're more than likely they just have a neutral opinion about the other people that they see. What really pisses me off, because this is something that humans have been doing for thousands of years now, and I'm not sure why we're still doing it, is, blaming a small group of marginalized people, blaming them for the problems in the world. That's what I have a hard time processing. Like, why are we still doing that shit? But it's the same kind of shit that they've been doing over and over and over. So my best bit of advice would be you and be happy with who you are. As long as you are able to be happy with who you are and you feel like I'm able to be myself authentically without fear, then it doesn't really matter so much what other people think. You have to blame someone, right? Yeah, and what we do is we point down or we punch down. We blame, we blame minority groups. We blame people of color. We blame immigrants. We blame gay people or trans people. It's so tired. We've been doing this for so long, and I'm just like, it's just the most brain dead shit. Like, anybody with half a brain can realize that the reason why you're struggling right now and living paycheck to paycheck is not because trans people exist. There are people to blame, though. You just have to point in the other direction. You gotta go up, not down. We gotta take a look at the robber barons. Gotta take a look at those billionaires. And I think more and more people are waking up to that. You know? That's a good thing. You know, concern about and let's just talk about transness for a moment. You know, we have a few trans people in the community, so I'm happy to talk about the topic. Concerns about passing, you know, and it's like you said, I know passing is different for everyone, and that is true. You know, that's something that people might not understand if they only know transness on like a surface level. You know, when you transition in life, it can affect your, you know, passability. But the thing is that when I worry about passing, that's me worried about what other people think. Like, you are you, and that's all you need to be. You know, so whether other people, you know, like what they think doesn't matter as much. Unless you live in an area where it's like there's active hostilities and active, you know, concern for your safety because of this. What a lot of people don't get is that trans people just want to live their life. They just want to exist. They're not here to harm anybody. One of the things that I ask people if they have, you know, negative opinions of trans people, and we're having a conversation about that, is I ask them, like, do you know any trans people? Because the truth of the matter is that a lot of people who are transphobic, they don't even know any trans people. They just don't. They've never met one. They never talked to one. It's just an idea to them. It's just this, you know, boogeyman that people are making you feel fearful of. Also, if there are any trans people here now who want to speak on this so that I'm not speaking for you, by all means, let me know if I say anything incorrect. But if you do, you know, meet a trans person, or you're talking to a trans person, like this is one of the first trans people you've ever met, talk to them about stuff other than transness. Because I feel like a lot of trans people just get bombarded with questions about their transness. They are put into a position where they're made to feel like they have to explain themselves or justify their existence. And that's not fair to just... So just be mindful, you know? Just treat them like a normal person. Just treat them like anybody else that you meet. Just show them some human decency. Just show them, you know what I mean? But I've seen that happen sometimes. There's like you meet a trans person, you're just like, oh, and then you just start asking all these questions, and it's just like, oh, okay. You know, it's like going up to a biracial person and asking them like, oh, what are you? And then they have to like explain themselves to you. They have to like rationalize their existence, like justify themselves to you. Does that make sense? You know, you know what I mean? You know, talk to them about their interests, their hobbies, their hopes, their dreams. There's so much more to them as a person than just their gender identity. At least that's how I feel. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Anyway, we're all caught up at the moment. We're all caught up at the moment. If you have a question, feel free to drop it in the box. We're all caught up for now. What does it mean when someone likes to be objectified? Well, okay, good question. Some people like it because it makes them feel special. It makes them feel admired, appreciated. Also, it can kind of simplify things. You know, whenever you objectify someone, it is a very simplistic way of looking at them. It's very reductive. So some people just, you know, they like it. I don't know. Good question. People like all sorts of stuff that just might not make sense to some of us. Also, I feel like for a lot of people, it's situational. You know, they might not want to be made to feel that way all the time. Is that a form of self-harm? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If I'm to be objectified, I want it done just the right way. Exactly. Like if I wanted to call you a big, steamy hunk of a man, like that's kind of me objectifying you a bit. But if done the right way, you know, it can come across as flattering or complimentary, but we don't want to just be an object, and we don't want to just be treated like an object because we're a fully fleshed out human being with thoughts and feelings and, you know, we don't want to be just viewed and treated as something that's so shallow and surface level. And sometimes it can be nice. It can make you feel good about yourself. It can be flattering. You know, like, oh yeah, people appreciate me for these reasons. But I feel like it gets old after a while. It gets tiring. You know, you want to be known for you. You know, you want to be known for more than just your external appearance. For some people, it's a kink. And some people develop kinks as a way of coping with, you know, their own experiences, or their own traumas. Some people will turn things into kinks as a way of reestablishing a sense of control over those things. And that's something I find kind of fascinating. There's the Alien. The Alien is stuck on my other hard drive. I tried to get those hard drives to work. I got a hard drive mount to be able to like plug them in through a USB, and they still weren't registering. So I don't know. I had two hard drives that simultaneously stopped working. It's a mystery to me. Something must have shorted out in their motherboards or something, or they have their own little like small little circuit boards on the hard drive, and something probably just got messed up with that. So he's stuck. He's etched into a rock. Yeah, I'm just putting fish on in the background. It's nice and peaceful. Just thought I'd do that while we wait for some more questions to come in. But anyway, as I've said, really love the weird psychology presentation. Will be a part 2 someday. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Weird psychology. I have to look at it. I have to remember what all I put into it. Weird psychology. Also, I need to do a part 2 of criminal psychology. I did part 1. Never did part 2. Oh yeah, weird psychology. We did some weird psychology is fun. We went through some bizarre and interesting case studies. Like the man who mistook his wife for a hat. A man developed a condition known as visual agnosia, which impairs your ability to recognize familiar objects or faces. He attempted to put his wife's head on his head. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought you were a hat. The The one that really stuck with a lot of people was the case of the dancing plague in 16th century. What do you mean a bunch of people just mysteriously started dancing until they died? I don't know, man. Yeah, there's probably more we could do. We could do another go over some more unusual, bizarre cases. Like this guy, Clive Waring, he was an English musician. He had a viral infection that damaged his brain's hippocampus, which is the part of your brain it's a really important part of your brain as far as your memories go. And so he lost his ability to form new memories, kind of like that guy in Memento. But he retained his ability to play music. Dogs, can you stop messing with my green screen, please? Charles Bonnet syndrome. This one's interesting. This is something that often occurs in older adults. When they start to lose their vision or they start to lose their hearing. One of the things about your brain that you might find this to be kind of creepy or kind of cool, depending on who you are, in the absence of sensory information, your brain will just start to make things up. It'll fill in the gap. This is why sensory deprivation tanks will make you like see things. And so this is something that happens in older people as they are losing their hearing or they are losing their sight, is they will start to experience hallucinations. Talk a little bit about savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is interesting. This guy, Kim Peek, he was able to read like 2 pages of a book at a time or something. Like this guy, he was just a human encyclopedia. That's kind of scary, I don't know. Well, it is what it is. I think it's kind of cool. Or how about Cotard syndrome? A rare psychiatric condition where individuals hold on to the delusional belief that they are dead. Or that they do not exist. Or that they've lost their internal organs or their blood. Or Capgras syndrome. This is a psychiatric disorder where people believe that a close relative or a friend has been replaced by an imposter. What's this Prezi about? This is the old Weird Psychology presentation. I was just pulling it up to take a look at it, remind myself of what we talked about. So, you know, you can tell that I've been replaced by an imposter because I'm wearing a different color of sunglasses. That's my giveaway. Normally, you would expect me to be like this. But instead, I'm like this. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the whole point of this is the brain is interesting, isn't it? The brain is a very complicated, very mysterious thing. It does all sorts of stuff that we can't really fully understand. And there are some really interesting but relatively rare conditions that are just, you know, very interesting to think about. Wonder how many cases have to be documented for a syndrome existing. At least one. If you want to be technical, at least one. Like, you could be a doctor and you could meet with somebody and they could tell you something and you're like, oh, fascinating. I'm going to name this a syndrome and I'm going to name it after me, the one who first discovered it. I see how some of them get their names. They're named after the doctor that uncovered it. I have a rare case of giant forehead. I don't think it's that rare. I do have an absurdly large forehead, though. It's a 6 head. All I can ask, though, is that if you're gonna banter with me, you could at least be subscribed. I mean, like, come on. If you're not subscribed, but you're gonna, like, riff at me, it just feels bad. But if you're subscribed, then it feels like it's just jokes between friends. You know what I mean? Was hysteria a bullshit diagnosis, or is it a real thing? Hysteria is just our inexperienced way of defining mental illness relatively early on. You don't see people talk about hysteria like they used to. It was a bunch of bullshit. It had to do a lot with misogyny. If you want to get a really grim look at early psychiatry, just look at who invented the first vibrator. The vibrator was invented as a treatment method for hysterical women. She's crazy because she hasn't had enough orgasms. I'm not making this up. This is real. Doctors would also manually climax women. And they probably just felt so sure of themselves about what they're doing because they have all of that prestige and recognition for being a doctor. They're like, I'm a doctor. I think I know what I'm talking about. I think I know what I'm doing here. There's a really interesting museum in Missouri. It's called the Glore Psychiatric Museum, and they have some of the old machines and some of the stuff that they used to use in early psychiatric treatment, and it's wild. They go through a history of psychiatric treatment. I haven't been there in a while. I'd like to go back. They built it in an old state. It was originally called a State Lunatic Asylum No. 2. Originally opened in 1874. Now it's a museum. take Casey here sometime. Casey, you want to go to St. Joseph sometime and go to the Psychiatric Museum? I wonder if we'd get good reception. We could probably live stream it if we get good reception. Wouldn't that be fun? That'll be a fun idea for the future. We'll go up to St. Joseph. We'll go to the museum. We'll sneak you in. I have to show you something. It's something that's at the museum. Some of you I've shown this before, so you might know. If you do know what this is, just hold on a moment. I want to give people some time to guess. Anybody want to guess what this is? Any ideas what all these random little bits might be? All these buttons and safety pins and nails and tacks and sewing needles. Anybody know what this is? This is I want to tell you, but I'm gonna, if you don't know, things found in Ed Fish. Not a bad guess. If you don't know who Ed Fish was, he was a serial killer, and he also used to put, he also used to stick stuff in himself. It's weird. But no, this, I'll give you a hint. They did take it out of a person. I'll give you a hint. They did take this out of a person. They have this on display at the Glore Psychiatric Museum. These are the contents of a person's stomach. A person with a condition known as pica. I had pica as a child. Pica is really common as a child because you're just a kid and you don't know any better. Normally it's something people grow out of, but some people maintain it as an adult. So these are the contents of someone's stomach with pica. They ate a bunch of safety pins and nails and all sorts of stuff. They get stuck. It gets stuck in your gut. So they had to surgically remove it all. Cool, huh? They have this room where they have all these like ancient psychiatric treatment methods. They're like, well, back in the old days, if they might just burn you at the stake, you know? Or they might lock you in a cage, or they might put you in a big wheel thing. They might put you in like a water bath thing. Call it hydrotherapy. They put you in one of these things. Is eating hair and nails close to that? It would be, because it's technically not food. Pica is just the condition of eating anything that isn't food. Like the lady who was addicted to eating mattresses. This was on an episode of My Strange Addiction. The person was addicted to eating the foam from mattresses. She ate her bed and then she started eating her mom's bed. You see a lot of, I've watched just about every episode of My Strange Addiction. I've watched just about every episode of Hoarders. Aaron Nails is called exorciation disorder. That's actually when you pick at yourself. Exorciation is skin picking disorder. There are the lady who was addicted to eating sand because she liked the crunch. The lady who was addicted to drinking paint. The lady who likes to eat tires. This lady ate cat food. A lady who used to lick her cat. She would lick her cat and like eat her cat's hair. She was addicted to eating cat hair, and so she would eventually just go on and just lick the cat. This guy ate glass. He ate over, hundreds of light bulbs. Guy who ate plastic bags. Look at him go. He's just getting in there. Addicted to dirty diapers. Sniffing and chewing dirty diapers. Snorting baby powder. This guy was in love with pool inflatables. Eating rocks. Literally eating her house. She was eating the drywall. Getting addicted to stinging herself with bees. This lady was eating her husband. She was eating the ashes. The mattress eating. The guy who was obsessed with becoming a mermaid. It's my lifestyle. It's the path that I've chosen. Good for him. Lady who likes to drink air freshener. Drinking pee. Not the neti pot. Oh no, not the pee-filled neti pot. I'm left speechless at the idea of a piss-filled neti pot. What did she do when she ran out of the ashes? That's a good question. There's only so many ashes. You gotta start cutting it with other stuff. You gotta start diluting it. The bee sting one was maybe the weirdest to me. I don't know why. To me, the bee stinging one is probably one of the ones that is less weird. She burning up. There you go. That could be an option. Just get another husband. How the fuck does somebody drink? Oh, yeah, there was this really weird guy who would make videos and he was acting like some sort of like men's coach or something, and they drank their own pee, which is weird. Pee-filled neti pot. I couldn't. Hey, Papa. Long time, first time. Hey, welcome in. So, I'm late in life. I'm a late in life self-diagnosed autistic type. I feel like a lot of people are at this point because we're developing more and more of an understanding of what being on the autism spectrum actually is. We're also recognizing that, different people express their symptoms differently. Especially the symptoms in women. Doesn't it have healing properties if you piss on your own open wounds? Probably not. It's probably about as good as just any other like sterile liquid, because fresh pee is technically sterile, and so you could use it to rinse something out, I guess, in a pinch. But I wouldn't recommend it. You're probably better off just going with good old-fashioned distilled water. Now, they do say it helps a jellyfish sting, but I don't know. I don't really fuck with many jellyfish, so I couldn't tell you. Pee is sterile. When it's fresh, it is. When it sits out, it quickly develops bacteria, just like any other liquid would. But when it comes out of you, it is sterile when it's fresh. Gross. Alright, back to this question. So I'm a late in life self-diagnosed autistic type. I fell into the category of GAD, which is Generalized Anxiety Disorder, for quite some time, which I consider a misdiagnosis. As I've gotten older, the effects seem to be getting harder to deal with. I'm less resilient to the overstimulation. I'm currently experiencing what I consider autistic burnout. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to have several weeks off work. I'm not on meds and have been self-medicating through alcohol and cannabis mix for years/decades. I've never tried a psychedelic, and I want to explore the healing benefits to rewire my thinking and break this cycle. I have some fungi on hand and I'm excited to start experimenting. However, I wonder, am I in the right mindset? Do you have any thoughts about when is the right or wrong time to partake? Thanks. Alright, we're going to answer the question. We're going to answer the question from the perspective of education and harm reduction. Because I technically can't condone, because it's technically not legal everywhere. Some places it is decriminalized, some places it isn't a problem, and you're able to access it and utilize it. But not everywhere, so, I have to tread that line. So, let's talk about it, though. Let's talk about it. If you're going to use it as medicine, show it the respect that you would show to medicine. If you are going to do something like this, I would say it's probably for the best to start small first, just to see how you respond, rather than just go all in and just try a large amount, because that could catch you off guard. That could send you into a weird headspace, and it might be strange to navigate. So let's talk about the mindset that we want to have. Let's talk about a healthy mindset for approaching something like trying a psychedelic for the first time. You know, for harm reduction. I don't want anybody going out there having a bad trip and then freaking themselves out. We want a comfortable setting. We want it to be clean and tidy and comfortable and peaceful. You know, maybe put on some soft, peaceful meditation type music or some of those peaceful, calming tones. And then we just want to roll with it. You just want to try to relax, just try to be peaceful, and just enjoy the experience. Where you have a bad time in a trip is when you try to pull yourself out of it, when you try to swim against the current. It's one of those things where just enjoy the ride. If you've never done a psychedelic before, something that people very commonly experience is this, you know, this new shift in perspective. It can be very jarring, and it can feel strange and uncomfortable. And you might have this worry or this concern, like, what if I'm stuck this way? What if this is just who I am now? It's normal to have those worries, but just remember, it'll pass. You'll get through it. Just try to make it as relaxing and peaceful as possible, and you'll probably have a perfectly fine time. What I would also encourage is, if you have somebody that you can trust, somebody who's close to you, somebody who's familiar, who gives you a sense of peace and comfort and reassurance, have them there with you. Just in case you need somebody to, you know, like, give you some positive affirmations, like, you're doing okay, you're gonna be just fine, just try to relax, you know, that kind of stuff. The thing about psychedelics that can be uncomfortable is it'll take your mind to all sorts of places. It might put you into a headspace, and you might be thinking about stuff that you might not feel prepared to think about or prepared to process. Just write it out. Just go through it. Just try to float downstream. There's a phrase that really makes sense if you've tried psychedelics. If you've tried psychedelics, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't, this might not make much sense. But here you go. If your mind takes you to a door, open the door. If it takes you to a staircase, follow the staircase. Just float downstream. Where people really have a bad time is when they're like in an unfamiliar environment. Like, maybe you're at a friend's house, maybe you're at a party, and they're like, hey, you want to do some mushrooms? And you're like, okay, sure. And then you end up having a bad time because you're in an unfamiliar environment. It's unpredictable, it's chaotic, you might get overstimulated. What you want it to be like is very comfortable, very peaceful, very familiar, so that even if you do start getting in a really trippy headspace, all you got to do is just lay down, relax, and just ride it out. Let me show you what it looks like. Whenever they do psilocybin therapy, like clinically, they do it kind of like this. They have you lay down on a couch, They give you a nice cozy blanket. You put on some eye shades. And you just chill. And then within the context of psychedelic assisted therapy, you might have a therapist sitting there with you, kind of just checking in on you, making sure everything's okay, like how are you feeling? What's on your mind? That kind of stuff, just gentle reassurance. I'm afraid that if I took psychedelics, my body would treat it like poisoning and have an uncontrollable throwing up fit. I've had that happen to me on mushrooms. Now see, here's the thing. Throwing up sucks. Throwing up on a psychedelic isn't as bad. It might sound like it would be way worse, but I found it to be not as bad. Like, yeah, it sucked, but I was kind of just more like curious about it. I'm like, huh, an interesting analysis of my biological processes. My body is reacting to this substance. You kind of almost approach it from a more like perspective of like a curious observer. And then once you do throw up, you feel a lot better, and then you go lay down and you're like, whew, I'm glad I got that over with. Now I can really just lay back and enjoy myself. But yeah, psychedelic assisted therapies, it's all about just being relaxed, you know, just lie down, listen to some peaceful music, maybe put on some eye shades, just chill. What I would advise is if you do feel like throwing up, just get it out of the way. Just go do it and get it over with, and you'll feel a lot better. Just try to find a nice, peaceful, calm, you know, you're just chilling. I bought a quarter of penis envy on the Indian Reserve today. Oh yeah, it's a type of, it's one of the strains of Psilocybe cubensis. Psilocybe cubensis is one of the... Well, I can't spell. Psilocybe cubensis. Now, there is a strain of these that they refer to as penis envy, and it kind of makes you wonder why they call it that. Why is it called that? I wonder why. I wonder why they call it that. It's a mystery to me. I haven't the slightest clue. I usually like to be outdoors. Yeah. It's fun to do outside, especially if you're experienced with it. Like, probably on your first time, it might be nice to just be on your home turf. You know, at home, or maybe just like in your yard, who knows? The further away you are from, like, your comfort place, like your bed, your bedroom, that kind of stuff, the more stressful a psychedelic experience may be. Because there's going to be that part of you that's like, how am I going to get home? How am I going to get to bed? You know, how am I going to... You're like worried about all that. The more of those types of like worries and concerns that you can get rid of, the smoother an experience you'll have. Like if you're at home just chilling, you're on your couch, you got the peaceful music playing. First time I did shrooms, we were bar hopping for my friend's birthday. I was so happy I was crying tears of happiness in the club. Now, I won't say that you'll always have a bad time doing stuff like that. Like, you could have a great time doing stuff like that. Absolutely. But you need to understand that it does come with a certain amount of risk. Because who knows what could happen? Like, what if a fight starts? Like, what if you're walking around outside the bar and there's people fighting on the sidewalk and this is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced? Oh my god, what's going on right now? So people do it because they can have a lot of fun doing it, but you gotta do everything you can to mitigate those risks. Because this is powerful stuff, and you need to show it the respect that it deserves. Look up penis envy psilocybin. That's what these look like. Or they might even be even bigger. Could be even bigger. The big boys. The big honkers. Yeah, can you wonder why they call these penis envy? Any idea? I'm not sure why they call them that. I haven't the slightest clue. I guess I wouldn't know because I've never looked at a penis, including my own. I just never have. Just never looked at it. Because that would be gay. Some folks claim that Santa and the whole red-white thing is because of shrooms. Interesting point. He does kind of come from the same area of the world where Amanita muscaria, and that's the type of mushroom that you're thinking about, that red and white one, the Amanita muscaria. People would take this, but it isn't actually a psychedelic. It's actually just toxic. You're just poisoning yourself. And so it does have effects, but it's not because it's a psychoactive substance, it's just because you're poisoning yourself. The store I was at today also had DMT. I was tempted, but that's a whole different level. You know? One of the things I appreciate about DMT is that it's very quick. You don't really have much time for like anticipation and fear when you're doing it because it's more like a psychedelic bungee jump. The thing about that, though, is you're not quite sure what all they're putting into it. It could have some research chemical in there, it could have all sorts of adulterants and stuff, and we don't really want to mess with all that. Russians still eat Amanita. I think they boil it first. Yeah, if you boil it first, that'll probably be better. boiling things normally does a pretty good job at breaking down the toxins. Nowadays, people are doing this mad honey, and that's also another type of toxin. Mad honey. They find it on the sides of cliffs in the Himalayas, and they have to climb up these giant ladders. It's produced by some of the biggest bees, and it has psychoactive properties because it's full of toxins. Yeah, I've just a general bit of advice. Avoid toxins when it comes to getting a buzz. See what I did there? Buzz. It's honey, it's bees. Yeah, it's cyanotoxins. Comes from certain rhododendron flowers. Anyway, gang, we're all caught up in the questions right now, so I'm going to take an opportunity to do a little bit of shilling. Hey, if you like this content, you like this community, consider subscribing. Or if you're feeling particularly generous, consider gifting a sub to one of these beautiful people who isn't subscribed. They're counting on you. Oh, I dropped them. Oops. We'll just switch. Okay, here we go. Now I can see everything. You can see it all. It's too much. It's too much. I can't take it. It's too. Some things we just weren't meant to see. I'm scared. Honestly, me too. Mantis shrimp. Oh, lionfish. Whoa. What the fuck is that thing? So, what are your plans for today? Anything exciting going on? Me personally, we've got some friends coming over, so we're gonna make dinner here. And I do need to run out to the store before that, so I can pick up a couple things last minute. Watching the WWE Elimination Chamber in 2 hours? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I have a feeling we'll get at least one, perhaps 2 more questions. I have a feeling we're not done yet. Thinking of things for future presentations. We should do a presentation where we talk about psilocybin therapy a little bit more in depth. It's almost midnight here. It's always interesting to me when people are watching me from so far away. Some people watch me during their workday, some people watch me, you know, it's more like lunchtime. And then I got people watching me at bedtime, and it's bedtime at the same time that's also lunchtime. Make it make sense. Yeah, maybe I should start streaming earlier for the sake of my Europeans. All my European friends. It's 22:48 here. All right, soldier. We're on military time. That would be 10:48 p.m. Wie viel Uhr ist es? When you want to ask somebody what time it is in Germany, you ask them Wie viel Uhr ist es? You ask them how many hours is it? Wie, which is how. Viel, which is many. How many? Uhr, hour. I never know when to put PM or AM. Just put it in alphabetical order. Es ist 22. 22. So you say 22. 2 and 20. 22. Oh, yeah. Okay, Stunde is our Uhr ist clock. Oh, yeah. How much clock is it? That makes even less sense. Thank you for reminding me. It's actually even more confusing. How much clock is it? I should start asking that in English. Yes, 22 would be 10. It would be 10:48 p.m. Hey, JetX Cat Lady, how's it going? Welcome in. We're just hanging around for a bit. We're waiting on a few more questions because I feel like we're not quite done with questions yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe mental health is cured. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm gonna take off a little bit early today because I need to run to the store before dinner. But we'll hang out for a little bit longer. Hang out for a little bit longer, see if we get some more questions in. I need your questions. They sustain me. I don't eat, I don't drink, I don't sleep. I just subsist solely on answering questions and feeling a sense of purpose. So, ask away. I'm hungry. Just waiting for number to go up. We're at 4908. Waiting for it to be 4909. Make a mental note to myself in the stream ideas. Stream ideas. Psilocybin. There you go. Note to self. Note to self. Nobody panic. All right, places, people. Places. It's happening. If you could choose one emotion to completely erase from human experience, which one would it be and why? Rage. Without a doubt. Definitely rage. Which would it be, and why? How do you think the world would change as a result? Yeah, let's talk about it. I picked rage because, in thinking about all of the emotions, there are a few contenders, that we might consider if we could get rid of one. What about guilt or shame or fear or, one of those, or sadness? It's like, there's kind of a good purpose for those feelings. If you did something wrong, you should feel ashamed of it. If if something sad happened, you should feel sad about it. And so those feelings deserve to exist because they serve a purpose. Rage, on the other hand, it does more harm than good. Now, I'm not just talking about frustration. I'm not just talking about anger. I'm talking about that blinding rage where you're just lashing out. And so that's why I picked it. Because it's very fast acting, and it leads people to do a lot of things that they regret. It also leads people to be, harmful and vengeful. So how do I think the world would change as a result? I think that we would be more patient and understanding, perhaps? I don't know. Or perhaps it would just make us more cold and insidious. I don't know. Good question. I think that there would be less mindless violence, less random acts of, lashing out and hurting people or hurting ourselves. So I don't know. That's the one I go with. Blind fury. I feel like if we really wanted to make the world a better place, we're gonna have to maybe address a few different emotions. Envy was the other one I was thinking of. Jealousy, greed. Greed's not really an emotion, but envy and jealousy are, and they're definitely tied into feelings of greed. So yeah, that's another good one. That's another good pick. Got a few more questions coming in. Let's take a look. How can you recognize Munchausen by proxy? Ah, Munchausen by proxy. Okay. Munchausen by proxy is one of the more disturbing things that you'll see within the psychiatric world. The most recent, publicly well-known case of Munchausen by proxy would be Gypsy Rose. If you're familiar with the Gypsy Rose story. So, how can you recognize Munchausen by proxy? It can be difficult to recognize it because the person that perpetuates it, well, first off, let's step back for a little bit and let's explain what Munchausen by proxy is. Munchausen's syndrome is when a person gets attention and validation and care and compassion for being ill or being sick, but when it's by proxy, it's them doing it to someone else. And in most cases, it's a parent making their child sick, which is just one of the most despicable things that you can really think of. Because when you're like, oh, my poor sick baby, everybody's like, aw, we feel bad for you. Let's, show you comfort and let's show you support and let's do stuff for you because we feel bad for you. And people kind of get addicted to that level of attention, and so they keep it going by, intentionally making their children sick. You have some parents who are actively like poisoning their children. Some parents are much more manipulative about it. Some people are much more crafty and it can be more hidden. Sometimes you might ask yourself like, well, how come more people don't pick up on it? How come more doctors don't recognize it? And it's like, sometimes the parent will, stop seeing that doctor. They'll take the child to a new doctor. If somebody starts to pick up on it, if somebody starts to identify that this might be what's going on, they move on. They go find somebody else. Munchausen by proxy is a parent. It's primarily a parent-child thing, where the parent will, make the child feel sick. They will, take them to doctor's appointments, or they will sometimes go so far as to make their child sick. They're over-medicated. They're, just constantly being told that they're sick, and so it's really sick. It's really disturbing stuff. How common is it? It's not super common, thankfully, but it's probably more common than anyone would recognize because it can be very hidden, So like, just think about this. If you know somebody and they're a parent and they have a child and they come to you and they say, my child is so sick, how do you respond to that? You show them sympathy. You show them compassion. You don't immediately start assuming, like, are they making their child sick? Is this something that they're doing? That doesn't even cross your mind because it's so incomprehensible and it's just so vile that you don't even like to assume that. Especially if the person is by all means friendly and, you have no reason to suspect it. And so this is one of those things that can be really difficult to recognize because the person that's doing it is often very manipulative. Yeah, the case of Gypsy Rose is one of the most widely known cases of Munchausen's by proxy. She was taking her child to, Make-A-Wish events. They were getting special access. They were getting all sorts of stuff happening because, I've got this child and they're sick. And they just kept the lie going and it kept just getting worse and worse. It's like you're taking all of these medications that you don't need. And you're getting all of these unnecessary surgical procedures done. It's really twisted. Don't the doctors check the child hospital record each time? No. Not always. Because the thing about that is if you switch doctors, they might not have access to those other medical records unless you release them, unless you sign a thing that says, yeah, you can have the medical records from this doctor, sure. There's not just some database that all doctors can access with all your records. You could take a child to a doctor, and they could be going to that doctor for years, and then the doctor starts to get wise on what you're doing. They're like, something's not adding up here. Something's amiss. I've got a weird feeling about this. And then the parent catches wind of that, and so they're just gone. They just take the child to a new doctor. Crazy. I know. It's very crazy. The first time I ever heard of this was when I saw the movie The Sixth Sense. This was my first introduction to it when I was a kid. Have you ever seen the movie The Sixth Sense? There's a scene in that movie where they're at a child's funeral. This young girl died. And they find a hidden recording that shows that the mother was actually poisoning the child. And I didn't find out until years later what that was called. Munchausen's by proxy. It's not always a made-up illness. Sometimes it's an exaggerated illness. It has a new name now. They call it factitious disorder imposed on another, which doesn't really roll off the tongue as well as Munchausen by proxy. And it's usually involving a parent and child. Sometimes it's an adult with somebody else that's in their care, but for the most part, it's parent and child. It's relatively rare. So they might be exaggerating symptoms, or they might go so far as to just make up symptoms entirely. Sometimes they will go so far as to contaminate their sample. Like if they'll contaminate test samples, they'll falsify medical records. Because, you know, you could go to a new doctor and they could say, well, do you have any medical records? You'd be like, oh yeah, here you go. And that's just shit you printed off at home. This was a lot of stuff that they saw in like the Gypsy Rose case, was like contaminating samples and falsifying medical records. In many cases, the person that's doing it might even be a healthcare professional, so they know the lingo, they know what to do in order to keep it going. And you will see that a lot in some of the worst cases, is because their knowledge of the healthcare system is what allows them to keep the lie going. You're able to keep your story straight. But no, from from an outside perspective, it's hard to see, because it's like the person is normally very friendly, very cooperative with the doctors and the healthcare providers. They always show a high level of concern for the child. And so from the outside, it just looks like this is just a parent with a sick kid, and they're just worried about them and they're concerned, you know? You don't normally just immediately jump to, is this parent making their child sick? Because this just so, it feels, it's evil is what it is. And you don't just automatically jump to assuming that this parent is making their child sick or exaggerating their symptoms. Here are some of the red flags, you know, here are some of the signs. The child has a history of many hospitalizations, often with a strange set of symptoms. They might just have some illness, we're just not quite sure what it is. It's a little bit mysterious. We're having a hard time really pinning down what it is. Doesn't really look like anything we've seen before, which does happen. There's all sorts of illnesses that are, you know, undiagnosable because they're just very rare. The worsening of the child's symptoms are generally reported by the parent and not witnessed by the hospital staff. So like in Gypsy Rose's case, it was like she could walk, but it was like, no, you need to be in a wheelchair. But then when they were in the doctor's office, they're like, oh, she can stand. And so her mom had to be like, stop getting out of the chair. You know, they'll take them to the hospital and the child will get better, and then they go home and they get worse. They get sick again. You might see chemicals in the stool samples or the blood samples or the urine samples. It's very difficult to spot because there's a high level of dishonesty involved in it. A doctor has to rule out all of the physical illnesses before they can even go to the assumption that this is something that's happening intentionally. Something that's really important to remember is that it continues to get worse. This is one of those things that continues to get worse, and they continue to, perpetuate it. Are the parents aware of it, or are they doing it on purpose? I think so. I would assume so, because it takes such a high degree of awareness, because you have to, you gotta lie, you gotta deceive, you gotta, there's just too much that's done intentionally to be able to say, oh, this person didn't know any better, they didn't know that they were doing the wrong thing. So yeah, I would like to wish a very stern fuck you to any parent who intentionally worsens their child's health or makes their child sick. That's just one of the most despicable things you can think of. I have pretty bad social anxiety, and I want to be able to get to the point when going out in public alone doesn't make my body feel so awkward and stiff, but it's been like this since I was a kid. Is there anything I can do in the moment to be less self-aware of my movements and how I'm being perceived by other people? I feel like my brain gets so hyper-focused on everything around me too much. Also, do you know anything about highly sensitive persons, HSP? Oh, do I? Oh, do I? We actually talked about this just yesterday. I was talking about how I'm one. So we had some other questions about it yesterday. So yes, I do. Because it's me. Because my therapist mentioned it once, because I feel like my nervous system is way too vigilant. Thank you. This person asking a question I actually need to hear. Well, I'm glad you find it relatable. Well, the good news is that this can be something that can get better. Just with practice and exposure, it can get easy. You can not feel so overwhelmed. We want to look at being an HSP as something that has a lot of potential. This can be something that can actually be a strength. It doesn't need to be a weakness. So, what I would encourage you to do is to focus on what it is you want to be able to do. So you said, I want to get to the point when I can go out in public and it doesn't bother me. I don't notice it in my body. I'm not hyper aware of myself. I'm able to just enjoy it and just be there. And you can get there. But let's take a look at what some of the steps are in between where we are right now and where we're trying to get to. What's the next step for us? What would things look like if you were just a little bit closer to that goal? Maybe you would be able to go outside and maybe you do feel a little bit of awkwardness, but it's not as bothersome and you're able to deal with it, because that's how it starts. And that's what we want to look at, is what's that next step? I don't need to look at the finish line. I just need to look at what's in front of me. So let's say that you were to get there. You're able to feel just a little bit less awkward, a little bit more natural. What does that look like? What is that version of you doing that you aren't doing? We're going to take a look. We're going to visualize. What's that next step for me? in general, it's going to be a lot of gradual exposure in order to build up your tolerance. Kind of like how, if you work with your hands, doing tools, you're out there working a hammer and you're out there doing a little bit of screw driving, you're working your hands, you start to build calluses. It doesn't, you don't feel it so much when you're doing the thing. And so that's kind of what you're doing, is you're kind of building up those calluses so that you can do this stuff without being so painful, without being so challenging. Something that might be really helpful, because we're dealing with a highly tuned nervous system regulation. We want to practice regulating our nervous system. And we do this through grounding exercises, paying attention to our surroundings, focusing on our senses. What am I hearing? What am I feeling? What am I seeing? What is my body telling me? And also regulating our breathing. I know, we're talking about breathing again, but it really is important. Mindful breathing, I swear, it's OP. It's OP. It is an overpowered strategy. And this is because your lungs, if we're talking about regulating your nervous system, your lungs are the key. Because your lungs are connected to all of the different parts of your nervous system. It's one of the few things that you do automatically, but you can also do it manually. And so by manually breathing in a relaxed way, it sends signals through the rest of your nervous system that I am relaxed. So when you say, is there anything I can do in the moment to be less self-aware of my movements and how much I'm being perceived by others? Focus on your breathing. Focus on taking a big deep breath and focus on how it feels. How does it feel to breathe in? What part of your body do you feel it the most? Do you feel it in your nose? Do you feel it in your chest or in your belly? Where do you feel it? Just bring it in. Focus on that feeling of fullness. You got a big full tank in there and you feel it. You feel that absorption and you feel that satisfaction that comes with a nice deep breath. And then you gently let it go. Then you do it again. Being an HSP is actually a gift. It might not feel like a gift right now. It might feel frustrating. It might feel, overwhelming. But when we learn how to work with it, it can actually be a strength. Got a presentation on how to understand the HSP. Understanding the highly sensitive person. So yeah, I do know. I do know. 'Cause I am one. It's not something that you need to fix or hide. You don't need to numb yourself. It's something that can actually allow you to experience life on a deeper and more meaningful level. Being sensitive doesn't mean that you're weak. It means that you feel deeply, care deeply, and experience life fully. So there are challenges, being overstimulated, feeling misunderstood, feeling emotionally exhausted, or having a difficult time setting boundaries comes with challenges. There's also strengths. Higher levels of empathy and compassion, a greater attention to detail, high levels of creativity, rich imagination, a deep appreciation for art and music, forming deeper, more meaningful, and authentic relationships with people. You've also got a fantastic intuition. This heightened awareness can help you to read the room and navigate situations more effectively. So my belief is that it is a gift, it is a strength. We just need to know how to use it. Just figured out I have high justice sensitivity from my ADHD. Interesting. Justice sensitivity. This is an interesting title. Okay. Justice sensitivity is plaguing autistic and ADHD individuals. Here's what to know. Neurodivergent folks are prone to high levels of justice sensitivity. I don't like this. I don't like this because it portrays justice sensitivity as a problem. Why shouldn't we fight for fairness and equity and inclusion? I don't think that it's fair to make people who can see injustice and want things to be more fair and equal. I don't feel like making them feel like they have the problem is the problem. This actually kind of pisses me off. Now, where this could be a problem for a person is when you just constantly see all of the injustices everywhere and it's just overwhelming to you. If it's interfering with your day-to-day life, you're not able to do the things you need to do or meet your obligations because you're too focused or feeling too drained or burned out because of all of the injustices in the world. See, it says you are driven to take action even if it destroys you, right? The irony in this is that by seeking out justice for others, you are committing an injustice against yourself. It's the same thing as when people focus so much time and effort and energy on solving other people's problems, but they ignore their own problems. I think we need to be okay with the justice that we can find. We don't have to put it on ourselves to find justice for everyone. We need to narrow our scope a little bit. I think that's what I'm getting here. what happens to these people is they have a hard time focusing on their self because they're so focused on finding justice for other people. And I think it's important to realize that when you're solely focused on serving others, you are doing a disservice to yourself. You know, we want to help others, but we shouldn't be harming ourselves in doing so. I think what helps to kind of come to terms with this is just putting trust in other people to seek out that same justice. You know, I don't have to put it all onto me. It's not all my responsibility to fix the world. Like, sure, there are a lot of things to be angry about, but sometimes it's okay that somebody else is really angry about it, so that I don't have to be the one that's getting really angry about it. Think globally, but act locally. Thanks, man. No problem. You know, going back into this question and the highly sensitive person, this is, you want a copy of these slides? I'll repost these slides to the Discord if you want a copy. This one's for all my HSPs out there. This one goes out to all my HSPs. This was probably one of my favorite presentations that I've made. Sorry for being so absent. You said the word. I'm gonna post these to the Discord, so if you want a copy of these slides, you can find them there. They're right here in the Show Talk channel. You can find the copy there. Good information if you are an HSP, or if you know people who are an HSP and you want to understand it a little bit better, or maybe you want to work on being a little bit more sensitive, because sensitivity is a skill, and that's what we really are honing in on in this presentation. I feel like the way towards a brighter future is by being more empathetic, more sensitive, more understanding, more aware, and not less of all of those things. This work situation has me questioning life and feeling doomed. Fair. You know what'll help you feel better? Updating your resume and applying to some new jobs. That always helps. No, like I was mad for you when you told me that you got written up for being on your phone on a Friday afternoon. Like, your boss had nothing better to do on a Friday afternoon than to go write you up for something stupid? I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? What are they here for? It sounds like they're just there to whip you. Like, do they actually do anything? Time for a new job. Time for a new job. I think you've known that for a while, though. Ever since they fired that other person and then made you do all of their work without giving you more money. You're an adult, why can't you look at your phone? The amount of money that they cost the company by having the CFO and everybody there to sit here for this meaningless nonsense, it's like that cost the company more than the time that you spent just on your phone. I think you should find a new job, one that actually treats you fairly, one that appreciates your value. Sooner rather than later. What they're trying to do is run you off so that they can hire somebody new to do your work plus more work, but then also still pay them less. I don't know if I can handle working with her anymore. You shouldn't have to, is the thing. Like, this isn't fair, this isn't normal, this isn't okay. Why do we tolerate it? Get those applications in, girl. Get those applications in. Honestly, at this point, it's like, just find a different job. It might be a similar job, it might be a completely different job, but your sanity will thank you for it. You know, you're a fighter. You got some claws on you. I've seen them. Fight for you, you know? Yeah, HR sucks. No offense to anybody who works in HR, but it's like, we know that you're not there to protect the people that work there. You're there to protect the company. Like, we get it. Anyway, I posted a copy of these slides on the Discord, so if you're not on the Discord yet, check it out. That ties into this question we had about being an HSP. Interesting stuff to learn about if you haven't learned about it or heard about it before. I spent some time on the HR subreddit one time, and a lot of people were saying that it's a self-selecting role for evil, much like cops. Yeah, I feel like people who work in HR are class traders. That's what we call them. Class traders. They are there to work for the bourgeoisie, and they are there to oppress the proletariat. Like tow truck drivers. There's a whole field of psychology, and this is basically just a way to train people to become HR people. And it was the most, like, I love psychology. That's why I studied it. That's why I talk about it every day. That's why I have this show. Nothing bored me more than when I had to take industrial organizational psychology. I had to take at least one class in it for my degree, and it was the worst. It was so bad. I got a B. I got A's in most of my classes. I got straight A's in graduate school. This class I got a B because it was just that fucking terrible. IO Psych. IO Psychology. The specialty of IO Psychology is characterized by the study of human behavior in organizations and the workplace. The whole point of it is to just teach people how to, make your employees more loyal. Formulate and implement training programs and evaluate their effectiveness. Develop criteria to evaluate performance. Assess consumer preference, customer satisfaction, and market strategies. This is when we use psychology for evil. I feel so bad about myself. I think I am a horrible worker, kinda. Come over here. I'm gonna knock that out of you. Just come over here real quick. Let me just knock that nonsense out of you. Just kidding. I would never. But seriously. Oh, and you haven't eaten today? Well, that'll do it. Here's a good idea for what you could do with the rest of the day. You could first off get something to eat, and then you could update your resume, and then get some job applications submitted. But first, eat. Do I have to pressure you? Is that what we have to do? Do I have to pressure you? If you don't, you're fired. I'm gonna take your sword away and I'm gonna give it to... I don't know, who should I give it to? I'm gonna take your sword away and I'm gonna give it to... I don't know, who wants it? I'd hate to do it. Don't make me do it. I'm just thinking about the future. You know, I'm using my oracular gifts. I'm looking into the near future. You've got a new job. You know, and maybe it's not quite what you expected. Maybe it's a little different. Maybe it's something outside of the ordinary for you. You know, maybe, you know, but hey, you know what? It's so much better for your mental health. That's the big thing. I actually feel appreciated here. When I do a good job, people say, hey, you're doing a good job, instead of, hey, why didn't you do this faster? I would say the sooner the better. The sooner the better. So get to it. And if your current job tries to pull some shit, talk to an employment attorney. That's what I would do. You know, if you feel like you're being unfairly targeted, talk to an employment attorney. See what they have to say. You might be able to get a nice settlement. One of my friends, I've known him since high school. We go way back. He became an attorney, and he does like wrongful termination is what he does. He represents people who were fired for the wrong reasons. We actually helped, we referred Sean to him. Sean got a nice settlement from one of his jobs. He got wrongfully fired. So yeah, if they try to pull some shit, definitely pursue that. Definitely do. But I would say get on that stuff of trying to find a new job and do that soon. You know, here in the next few days. It'll help you to feel less stuck. You know, it'll help you to feel less doomed. Because you're taking a proactive step. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm sending this to you. I'm sending this to you. It's got your, I didn't forget. I didn't forget. It's got your mouse pad in there. I threw a couple other things in there. I had some stickers lying around. One of them's a rhizome sticker. I had an extra. You want to see? And an extra rhizome sticker. And I had a Poon Labs. The old Poon Labs sticker. If I find anything else neat to stick in there before I send it, I will, but that's what's in there right now. You know, we should relaunch the Poon Labs stuff. We should bring that back. What is a father or mother complex? Is it a pathology? And if yes, what can one do about it? Ah, fun question. A father complex or a mother complex, that's just a fancier way of saying daddy issues or mommy issues. Is it a pathology, though? I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to say. I'm leaning towards no, but I could see why people would think that it was. Regardless of whether or not it is a pathology, can you do something about it? Yes. It starts off by being aware of it. So, what is a father or a mother complex? This ties back into like Freudian psychology or Jungian psychology. And they ended up getting into a little bit of a split over it. But anyway, when we think of this type of stuff, this is like, how do I view men or how do I view women? You know, these types of complexes are basically just like, what was my relationship like with my parent? Because that affects my relationship with other people as I get older. You know, if I had positive relationships with my parents, you know, a positive relationship with my father, I might see, you know, these types of things to be viewed as more positive, you know, the importance of being macho. If I had a negative, you know, interaction with my dad, you know, I might end up with daddy issues and I might view men more negatively. And the same goes for women, you know, your mom. The simplest way to explain this would be you had a relationship with your parent and it influences the way that you view men and or women as a result when you're older. It kind of sets the tempo, you know, for the way that you view men in general or women in general. Because your mom or your dad is your first introduction to what it means to be an adult, you know, an adult man or an adult woman. And so what can we do about it? We want to be, first off, we want to be aware. We want to be aware that the way that we interact with our parents, whether it be our father or our mother, it influences the way that we see men or women when we grow up. If we had a good relationship with them, then we might view people more positively. If we had a challenging relationship with them, it might make it more difficult for us to form relationships with those people later in life. It kind of sets the model for you. And so I wouldn't really say that it's a pathology, because when it's a pathology, we're kind of looking at more like this is a disorder or this is, you know, some type of diagnosable condition, which it isn't. You know, it can create complications for a person, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have some sort of diagnosable mental illness because of it. It just reemphasizes the importance of those relationships that we have early on in life. You know, your parents kind of set the model for what you can expect from adults in your life. You know, so if you had a difficult relationship with them, you might go on to have difficult relationships later in life. You might be, you know, because you have these preconceived notions. You know, this is what a man is. This is what a woman is. This is what my relationship with men is like. This is what my relationship with women is like. The thing about it is early psychologists were really big on this kind of stuff, and they were trying to, you know, figure out exactly what's going on, and there were a lot of assumptions and there were a lot of like generalizations, and a lot of the stuff doesn't really hold up so well in modern psychology. But it wasn't entirely wrong. It's like you recognize that as a child, your first exposure to what adults are is your parents. And your dad, for most people, this is your first instance of an adult man, and so this is what adult men are like. You kind of develop this assumption that this is what men are like. They're gonna be like my dad. The women, they're gonna be like my mom. So it can be positive or it can be negative. The thing that you want to do is be mindful and remind yourself that not every man is your dad, not every woman is your mom. They are their own unique person. We need to not treat people based on, you know, our experiences with our parents. My partner still hangs out with his ex's brother weekly. He assured me that he would never date her again. Is this normal? Should I worry? Doesn't this mean his ex will know where we live at some point? I have not met his friend, her brother, yet. Invite him over. Now, I need some more context here. Hold on, before I write, okay, rewind. Before I make any sort of, you know, suggestions. Why do we not want the ex to know where we live? Is it because we're worried that they're gonna show up? That they're gonna try something? Are we fearful of them coming around? Because if that's the case, then he should probably not be hanging out with that person's brother. I don't know. I don't feel like you need to. I don't like, just as it is, it's like, do we need to worry? I don't know. Probably not. But then again, I don't know. I don't know the whole situation, so it's kind of hard for me to say. But just like as it is, it's like, is it kind of weird? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure. Like, is it normal? Probably not. But I don't know, sometimes people will break up with a person, but they form relationships with other people in the family, and they continue to see and spend time with and hang out with that person because they're friends. So I don't know, I wouldn't want to be the person to say you can't spend time with a friend just because of who that person is related to. But if you have, like, legitimate worry about this person finding out where you live, like, I don't know. If you haven't met them, I would meet them. You know, you want to meet your partner's friends. You want to know who it is they're hanging out with every week. So who knows? Also, it kind of matters if whether or not they were friends before the person started dating. That is also something to consider. You know, does the friendship predate that other relationship? I just feel like it would be important for you to meet the person before we make any sort of judgment. You know what I mean? Because we don't know. Hold on, we got some more submissions in the box. I want to see if we got more context. No? Different questions. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's a way to go about this in a mature and responsible way. It's like, you know, if it's just my partner, he just has a friend and they just hang out, it's like, I should meet that person. I should get to know the person that my partner is friends with, you know? Maybe that will help to ease your mind. You know, if you haven't met this person, it's probably a good idea. You know, go out and do something together. But yeah, you also need to consider the context of why they broke up. Not good for friendships, but should calm down any jealous girlfriend. See, I think if you're with somebody who's jealous and they don't want you to be friends with somebody because they are connected to an ex or something, I don't know, that just doesn't really seem fair. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't tell somebody how to live their life or who they can talk to or who they can spend time with just because it makes me feel better. Kind of feels a little, it kind of feels a little selfish, and it also doesn't really do anything to help the insecurity in the long run. It's just kind of avoiding it. You know? If the guy you're dating has WhatsApp and hasn't told you about it, should I ask? He has never brought it up. Anytime I ask anything, he says I like drama and he has no time for that. I'm afraid to ask. Well, do you like drama? Is he wrong in that accusation? Or is this just a way of him dismissing and trying to make you feel like you're the crazy one? Like, if you come to somebody and you're concerned about something or you're just looking for more information and they just dismiss it out of hand and just say you're just being crazy, you're just dramatic, it's like, okay, now I'm more suspicious. Now I'm more suspicious because if this really wasn't anything, then we could talk about it and be like, don't worry, it's not really a big deal. But to, like, put it back onto you and make you feel like it's your fault or you're the one doing something wrong, it's like, okay, now I'm kind of wondering, like, what is going on? If there really is nothing to worry about, then he should give you that reassurance, rather than just be dismissive and make you feel like you're the crazy one. That's just... Oh, hi, Miss Poopy. You want to come up here? Got a visitor. We've got a visitor. Look who it is. She's here. Hi, baby. Hi, baby girl. How are you? Aw. Hey, sweetie. You want to sit on my desk? Here, I'll clear some space for you. You want to sit up here? Hi, baby. I'm not sure if I have too high of standards or if I want people who actually just see me for me. I want a high level of love, but I'm scared of being alone. I'm working to be better at my confidence to meet other people. I don't think there's anything wrong with having high standards as long as the person that you are with is willing to meet those standards. You know, we all have our own standards, so whether or not they're too high, you know, that's just something to try to be aware of and try to be mindful of. Like maybe there are some ways where I could loosen up a little bit. Maybe I don't need to be so rigid. Maybe I don't need to have such high expectations. You know, maybe I could be a little bit more realistic. But, you know. Yeah, you want to find somebody that appreciates you for you. Right, Miss Pooh? Right, baby. Oh. Hmm. I thought Miss Pooh was only a mama's girl. Oh no, she's actually a daddy's girl, but don't tell Casey I said that. She loves me. Don't tell her I said that. Suck it. Ah! Ah! Miss Pooh, look. Up here. Smile for the camera. Cheese. If you want to work on your confidence and you want to find love, then focus on finding love within you. You gotta make sure that we love ourselves appropriately. Otherwise, how are we gonna be able to know what love is when we find it outside of us? If you want to find love, start by looking within. LOL, follow up to the BF who hangs out with his ex's brother. I actually do not know if they dated before or after being friends. They barely met like 3 years ago. He dated the sister for a year. No, have not met him. I mean, I feel like this is something that we need to know more about and we need to talk more about before we, you know, jump to any conclusions or assume that there's anything weird going on. You know, so just talk about it. Just be like, so, tell me more about your friend. How'd you meet? You know, just show interest, show curiosity. If he asks why you're talking about it, just be like, it's your friend. I just want to get to know him. Nothing wrong with that. Right, Miss Poopy? She lay down on my desk and immediately fell asleep. She just went right to sleep. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably like you gotta remember, it can be hard to find new friends sometimes, especially as you get older. You know what I mean? And so if you make friends with somebody and you really connect, and like, we'd hate to end that just because things didn't work out between me and somebody else, you know? So I don't know. I would just show more interest and show more curiosity and, you know, maybe meet the person before we go any further with, like, is this something I need to be worried about? You know? Maybe you could find a time where you all hang out together. Maybe you could all go out and get something to eat or go do something fun. You know what I mean? That's what I would suggest. You know, don't assume ill intent until you've got a good reason to worry. And if you haven't met them yet, then who knows? They could be a great person. They could be really cool. But you won't know until you find out. Now, if you do hang out with them and they just really suck, then okay, that's like now we might have more questions. You know, maybe you do hang out with them and they're just like, they don't have very many redeeming qualities, and be like, oh, huh, interesting, okay. But yeah, it can be hard to make friends as an adult, and so you know, sometimes you just want to stick with the ones you got. Anywho, that'll be it for me today. I've got to run to the store because we've got some friends coming over for dinner and I need to go pick up a couple things. So that's what we're going to do. Anyway, that'll be it for me today. That'll be it for me today. I'll be back on Tuesday, so I'll see y'all in a couple days. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a great night. Stay safe out there. Try to have some fun. Take care, everybody. I'll see you all next time, and we'll keep on keeping on. Seems sadly I only caught the tail end, but I will check out the slides. Oh, that presentation, we didn't really fully go through the presentation. I pulled it up because somebody asked a question about HSPs. If you want to see the full presentation, there's a video of it. You know, you can go back and see when we actually did it. But if you just want to see the slides will be here in the Discord, so. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Take Take care of yourselves. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.